Are we live? Yay, welcome to Amber Skies. I'm Blades, and yes, we're here. Hello there. Here we go. I've got a cup of coffee. I'm alright. Well, I hope I'm alright. We'll see how long I last. So, what do we got? Yeah. We can close that, can't we? Yeah, I've got something here. Let's have a look at this code, shall we? Oh, we didn't finish yesterday, did we? Let's finish yesterday first, then, and then we'll have a look at this code. What I'm hoping is that somebody's going to watch this and tell me how to fix this include. Because Visual Studio hasn't been very helpful about it. Include main entry point. I would prefer that to be inside amberskies.h, but if you place it in there, it causes an error. Multiple entry points. Not very useful. So I'm wondering how to do it. Because I wish to keep this modular. So, modules. And that's something we need to think about today. So the overall progress of this little mini project, I suppose, it's becoming a little bit more of a mini project. I was only expecting to work on it for a couple of days, but I'm looking at it now and seeing that it's got potential. I'm talking real potential. At the moment, it handles a window. The input which we did yesterday. And Opengl. So it does everything that a mini engine really needs to do. It sets up your application and gets you going for Opengl. But is it worth developing past that point? I mean, who's this for? Me? Or do you want it? Do you peeps want this to work for you? I originally was only doing this to give myself, how can you put it, a foundation to running a game. Sandrogue. But it's looking... it has potential. And that's what I need to look at today. So we didn't finish off our... Oh yeah, we got tests now. We have unit tests if we want them. I've added that because we might be developing this. Okay, sandbox. Platform was in here, wasn't it? Now, Windows. We haven't got scroll wheel. So that's something we haven't got. Oh, we didn't get that far, and we didn't add it to the diagram. Because input lives by itself, really. I guess. It doesn't really join onto anything. So it's its own little standalone thing. So we have an input API. Yeah, we can just put it up here, can't we? And that just goes to our Windows input. And of course we've got that dotted line. Because that's not part of our engine. You're probably wondering why it isn't part of the engine. It's because we don't know it's all part of this stuff, external. Like which platform you're using, which window you're using. All of these are optional. So the Windows input could be swapped in and out whenever you want, really. I mean, should this really be a separate project? I mean, at this point, if I'm going to expand upon this, it could be, really. But yeah, that's basically what we've done. We have an application which can create a window with an API, an interface here, which takes care of the window and the OpenGL. We have standalone input, which can work in any program. That's just a plug and play using an input API. So it's plug and play, basically. That input window, or Windows input, should I say. We have a layers system, a layers stack, so we can put layers on top and on bottom. I think we've got most things going for us now, except for the mouse scroll wheel. So that's where we'll be starting the next stage of coding. Oops, dropped my pen. Yeah, am I happy with the code? No. I'm a hecker's like, so I think we need to look at that. We might actually put that mouse wheel in, because we're going to be heading that way, aren't we? Alright, let's look at... It's the Cpp files I'm bothered about more than anything else. You might think they look clean. Well, let's have a look at them. Do we want the error system to persist? Who is the error system for? Well, I think the answer is yes. I do at the moment. And we're using common, aren't we? So our error system is here. Or it should be here. Yeah, we have dev assert and amber assert. Why don't we have amber error in there? It's actually inside. Ah. It's our logging system. I wonder if our logging system will work on Linux. Let's find out. These are things that we need to know. Is it cross-platform? And I can ask the package manager for it's speed log, isn't it? SPD. Is that correct? Yes, it is. So yes, it's cross-platform. It's on the minimum new. So C++ logging library. Yes, we have it. Good. That answers that question. So we can keep that. And we may as well keep that open. So we've checked that. Cross-platform. Linux. So that will work on Linux and Mac. So the whole of this file will work on Linux and Mac. May as well not put it there. Nowhere really to put notes, is there? Is it 3? Yeah. So cross platform. And it's C++ only. It's SPD log. And it's a library. let's add a bit more useful notes in here. So it's speedlog, spdlog. Somebody else might want this stuff to use in their own projects. I mean, I want any file in here people can look at and go, oh, that I wouldn't mind that. And they can see how it's been integrated. That sounds right. I think that's right. Just one sec. I don't want the mirrors. Yeah, that one's the one. I'd like to have where we got it from. That'd be nice. So it was git submodule add and in here we just put the destination directory. Okay. The code is independent. And can be used in any... I think it's independent. Yes, can be used in any project. So if any of you want a quick speed logging system, just copy it out of the Git that I've got. Pretty simple stuff, really. There we go. Lovely. So yeah, if you want to use speedlog in your own projects, there you go. It's on GitHub. So if you just go to this GitHub page here, which is github.com/avengersamberskies.git. Okay, that should come up here. You go from the master to the research branch, and you look in Amber Skies, source, platform, Windows, and no, not here. It's in Amber Skies, core, and it's just a log. These two files here I'm looking at. Event system we've done. Yeah, I've got platform independent APIs going. So yeah, that'll work in any system, and that's the whole point to this program. It can become a reference program from which you can take whatever you want, and you have my permission to do so. You can use my code in any way, shape or form you want. That's my license. If it helps somebody make something good, I have succeeded. Why is that happening? Weird. Now something's happened to my keyboard. That's better. What the hell's that? Right. Key's stuck down. Right, we were looking at... This is a problem with doing reviews. I get distracted by things. So we'll look to the first line. Okay, return new window. Yep, that looks okay. Initialize properties. Why are we doing that here? What's initialize properties and why is it so big? Oh, it is. Alright, we do need to look at that then. So yeah, that is correct. But some of these properties should have defaults. I don't like that variable name. That's horrible. So that's got to change. So it's going to be m underscore Windows window structure window data. So why don't we call this window properties? That annoys me. Something called data. How descriptive is that? Well, it's not descriptive is the answer. Alright, that affected a couple of these, didn't it? So we're up to there. Say what you mean is one of the things you should do in programming. Help yourself out. Don't call things data. Why is this so long? Why am I making long lines again? No need to. Okay, that should work. Missed one. Macros aren't very helpful when it comes to squiggly lines, so don't worry about that. That looks a bit better. Okay, let's go back to our line. Here. I should put a breakpoint on it when I'm doing this kind of thing. Stop me running the code. Well, we do have to run the code now, don't we? Just try build. This is where a test suite would do good. There we go. Any more I can't see. 133, 134, 135, 146, 132, 13, yeah, okay. Yep, we got them all. I'm not doing that for me. I'm doing that for the person who has to read this and try and work out what the hell I've done. So I've got a shutdown. Is that big? Why are we calling a function? Oh, this is way too big. Holy cow. Okay. That bit's alright. This file's a mess. Okay. Shutdown is growable. I've got a feeling that's going to grow if we carry on. But of course that's up to you lot. It's not up to me. Poll events. That's standard. That's GLFW. That's nothing to do with me. We've got a context for swapping buffers. So on update is okay, or is it? I can't put any OpenGL commands in here because that would be stupid of me. No. Okay. Carry on. Set the vsync. Bool enable. So we set the vsync and then store it. Normally you store it and then set the vsync. So why did I think that way round? So you set the vsync because that's what it says you're supposed to do. So that's the actual function of... That's what the function does. And we then ask GLFW to do that. That's not GLFW independent. That should be set in a GLFW file, not in a window file. So should that... Oh my god, we've got GLFW all the way through our window. See what I mean about it being a mess? So if we take GLFW out, we kill our window. If I want to swap to SFML, I won't have a window class. And we've got nothing under platform. Should we have a dependencies? Or an external? And put GLFW in there. We can. Okay, GLFW used in window. This is external, this window, so it can be written separately anyway. So for the moment it doesn't matter. But it's worth keeping track on. GLFW. It's in Windows window. From a design point, a systems point of view, that's bad. That means that this window class is tied to GLFW, and we've called it Windows window. We'd have to call it Windows window GLFW if we are going to keep this in. We can't call it that So, that's a good point. This code isn't as good as I thought it was. So there's that. I've just realised we've got GLFW absolutely everywhere. So maybe we should have a GLFW interface for our externals. I know it sounds stupid, but if your code isn't independent from something, how are you supposed to allow people, or how would somebody pick up this file from GitHub and use it? They'd have to replace nearly all the file. It'd be a waste of time. They may as well write their own. What I need here is poll events, swap interval. Yeah, we need that little GLFW just to drop off the beginning. And then have a GLFW API that supplies those functions. And it's a GLFW API, or the, what would it be? External Windows API. That becomes more confusing. No, you call it GLFW API. So you would include that at the top, and people could then write their own for any, like SFML or SDL or whatever they want to use, or whatever. Now, if you're using SDL, you wouldn't be using this file. But you can't put SDL into a library, a static library. Well, you can. But good luck with that. I'm not doing it. I read through it, and I thought, sod it, I'll do my own. And I have. Okay, is vsync enabled? Just returns the Windows property vsync. Yep, that's okay. You see, all of this is independent. Until you get to these statements here. So that begs the question, GLFW API. I'm going to put 2 question marks on it. 3 means it's a bad idea, 2 means it's a possibility, and 1 means it's a good idea. That's my question marking system. Again, we've got logging. Logging. We can take the logging out at release. And that's what I was thinking about. Do I want to keep it in? What does this do? This logs to the console that we are creating a window of title, width and height. It's not trace then. That's info. Info could probably be switched off. I mean, you wouldn't really want that being printed on a release, would you? Something to think about. How would you do that? Well, it's an if-def, hash define around Amber info. And the if-def would be debug, because we have a debug macro. So for an example, we have Amber debug. This is only an example, don't do this ever. This is a bad example. Should I do it then? What you would do is you'd have hash define so it's an if define, so if def that and hash end if. Don't do it that way ever. So if Amber debug is defined, then this code is live. If it's not defined, this grays out and never gets compiled. Well, that wouldn't go there. It would go at the source of Amber info, which is in the logging file. So there is that. Logging errors is okay, but do we want to do it to a file or not? Good point. Right, if this is initialized, then this doesn't happen. If it's not initialized, this happens. And here again we have glfw commands. So I don't like this line. Well, I don't like this bracket. That's initialized glfw. You see, this shouldn't be in this file. God, I've started on the first file and it's a complete mess. Okay. So it is inline void initialize G. Now you can see why I don't like this, can't you? So we are going to probably do it. Okay. Create the file. can just put it in here, can't I? Initialize. I hope we haven't got another one. Where did it put it? Save. I hate it when it does this. Okay, Intellisense, have you caught up yet? Initial. Initialize context. Initialize GLFW private, correct. Thank you. Okay. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 instructions, that's fine. There we go, that's that one done. Does that read okay? Why am I casting to an int? Because we're storing these as floats. Why are we storing these as floats? Oh, unsigned int. I see. No, that's fine then. Doesn't make too much sense, but unsigned ints are probably better for storage. It makes more sense. GF context. Ah, yeah. If we're getting an Opengl context here, we should be getting Opengl. That'd be bad. We're not setting GLFWs because you can't do until here. Should we not have a GLFW context? We do, it's there. That's okay then. You have to do that after that. You can't put it before. You need your OpenGL context to be able to initialize our graphics context. Which is here. And there it is, make context, yeah, GLFW. Okay. Alrighty. Set the window user pointer. Alright. This is a GLFW window. Set the GLFW. I'm really not happy about this. Is it the best way of doing it? If you look at the header file, it says nothing about callbacks. So if somebody opens this header file, they've got no idea that all the GLFW callbacks are initialized within this window. We're renaming it to GLFW for now, because that's exactly what it is. Otherwise it's a complete and utter bloody mess. Where does that affect? Well, it should only affect one other file. And that's the API. Which doesn't seem to care. Okay, we've made an alteration. And could be breaking. There it is. I knew I had it somewhere. GLFW. Let's get the include going. Thank you. Okay. Yep, it's independent. So, that makes a difference. So I can, that makes a big difference. Don't need that, as it's only one file, so what's the point in splitting it into two? Just write a new file. So this is a GLFW specific window. GLF. This file can be used in any project as this file is independent. That is the independent word you've got to get in. This is independent and the file can be used in any project. Yes. Alright, so that's better. We've got the namings better on that. A lot happier. So we don't need to split out all of this garbage. Really. We do, but we're not going to. I just put that summary in the CPP file, haven't I? It doesn't go in the amber space, it goes in here. There we go. Alright. So we know that now. So decision has been made. This is the GLFW file. If you want to use SFML, write a Windows window SFML. Header and CPP. You can use this as a template, I guess. So it's not generic. Alright, let's have a look at these things. Callbacks. This is hidden inside of Initialize. Initialize with callbacks. That would probably make more sense. Now it's mentioned in the header file. I've got to be able to find this again, you know. So I need to be able to find this function again. So that should be alright. We should have the red mark somewhere. Okay, so that covers the callbacks. What I'm thinking is these should be really in their own functions. Each one of these should be its own function. Or inside its own function. So you should just have a list of callbacks here that you've completed because we haven't got that facility. Because I'm now missing the scroll wheel. But that's only because I know I'm missing it. How do I know what's missing? I have to go through all of this. have got it. You see? And that's the point. If I hadn't looked, I would have thought that I hadn't got that, and I have. But where's the other part to it? Where's the API for it? Well, the API... I'll finish this file off and then we'll do the script, this API thingy. So we do actually have the callback. Destroy window and initialize we've just created. So I would like all those callbacks to be listed at the bottom here. These are callbacks, so every time this callback is... it's a lambda. So every time this is actioned, it's going to come back into... it's got to load up the whole of this function. And find it. Unless the V table extracts this at compile time. Well, it's M window, isn't it? Wouldn't that look better than this? I have no idea what callbacks I've got in here. So you initialize GLFW. Oh no, it's just static. No, it's not. It's just void. So something like that. Okay. We can see how much of a hassle it is just to set this up. We might only get through one file today, Jesus. Which takes everything from there to there, which is one function call. But it's a big one, isn't it? And you pop it in here. Like that. It'll make the V table easier to create. And it makes it better for us. Because you can do that. We can do that now. Yeah. What's that on Windows? Size callback. Are we using that? No. So when we get to the key one, initialize, whatever the next one is. Window close callback. So that's that. It's interesting how that line is repeated in the header file. Okay. So each one of these is literally a lambda. And inside there goes that callback. Looks okay. Alrighty. Right, we can test it on the key callback. Cool. So let's initialize. Key callback. What did I just do? Okay. Well, you can already see how better this is starting to read. So I should have done this. That's how you should have well, I should have programmed it, but I didn't. Just put void. It'll get compiled into a callback, so it doesn't matter. Okay. So glfw set key callback, and we need to test it. We've got an escape key. Test. That's set key callback. And it goes all the way. Okay, it's got repeat key, release. Oh, everything's in there. To there. It's a biggie. I'll cut you lot out. Yeah, that looks good. Right, we can test that one. What we can test is key pressed event. So let's do that. So hitting the escape key, well, hitting any key, nothing. Hit the escape key, fantastic. Just escape twice to come out of it now. So it's a lot easier for me to get out of the window and program and everything. Exited with code 0. We haven't changed the code, all we're doing is refactoring it, so. Because otherwise, you're going to come across this, you're going to try and rewrite it to something like SFML, or I am. And yeah, I'll have a great time with this part of the file, won't I? That's individual characters. But we've now got a list of callbacks as well. I've got a list of callbacks as well. There we go. So that's you. Oh, that's a nice small one. It also means I can put in and take out callbacks a lot easier, obviously. Okay. It's easy for me to spot on here as well. This is called cleaning your code and refactoring. You should do it. You should take the time out after you've been writing for a couple of days, or even on the same day. Go back. Look at what you've done. It might make sense. But really? You see, I'm lucky. I have no memory. I have no short-term memory. So I can't remember a damn thing. So when I'm looking at this, it's as if I'm looking at it for the first time. And I'm realising that I'm finding it hard to understand what the hell's going on. Okay, that's looking good. So we discovered that we actually do have a callback that we aren't using. I think that's interesting. Or I don't think we're using anyway. It looks okay. People don't realise how much work goes into keeping your structure clean. If you are doing something like test-driven development, this might not have even happened. Actually, it wouldn't have happened, because I've spent enough time here to realise that I'm not doing it the best way we should. And these functions would already be here. I wouldn't be doing this. So this mess was created because I wasn't using test-driven development. So now it's taking me time to sort my own mess out. Because other people might want to use this. This is going up on GitHub. And it's open. Damn it. Forever getting the wrong one on that. Spacing looks good. Yeah, there's a few of them, isn't there? I bet you didn't realise there were this many in here. Because you can't tell. Oh, Poppy. You're coughing. Are you alright? Hey. Hey. Chill. Are you fur-balling? Oh, God. Hope she doesn't puke all over me again. You alright, love? Oh, bless. Are you going to jump off me, or you're going to scratch your ear? You cough a little bit for fur-balling and then scratch your ear. I don't think it's your ear that's the problem, love. Bless. And that will be that one there. Now, how much better is that? How much better is that for an initialization file? It's a lot better. Could be better. I mean, these callbacks I'll never write again, so we'll keep them all separate. Okay, that's looking better all around. Sanity check. Check looks good. Alrighty, so now we have a list of callbacks. So we've done window size, window close, key, char, mouse, scroll, cursor. And that brings me to this. Why did I think we hadn't got it? Key pressed, button, position, mouse X, mouse Y, key pressed, button, position, X, Y. That's why I think we haven't got it. Inline, static, It's going to be a standard pair. Yeah. And that's why I think we haven't got it, because it's not here. It's a float, believe it or not. And what is it? It's get mouse wheel scroll. Oh no, it's just scroll event. So that can be implemented in the sidebars, like these sidebars here. Yeah, so get scroll event. Oh, it's implementation. Get scroll. XY. Yeah. This is what the user sees. Is that good enough? Is key pressed implementation? We've broken this. We haven't touched this. So what's it talking about? Virtual bool is key pressed implementation in key code. Override. Is key pressed implementation key code. It's lying to me. I can see it. Why can't you? Input API, okay. This has got nothing to do with the Windows file. Maybe it's just complaining because it can. Probably. Okay. Whatever. Why have all these returns moved? let's have a look at this. I know what's happening now. So, oh God, return, and it will be s_instance. Easy to follow what you've already done, and it's come up with nothing. s_instance. Nothing. Some days you wonder why you use this system. Oh God, I'm hating this. Alright, we'll just fill it in and hope that we get it right. So this is get scroll XY implementation. Okay. Which doesn't exist. And that's why it wasn't doing it. Okay, that's correct. La, 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 la. Virtual std pair float equals 0. And I think we implement part of it here, don't we? Yes, we do. Alright, too many windows open. It's the names. Okay, tools. Options. Whoa. Anything in here? You can't even see that one. Text editor, debugging, projects and solutions. No. Tabs and windows. Yay. Maximum tab width 300. That's a bit better. Yes, everything is changeable in this game. We'll just pop in here. No, I can't get to the right file. Thank you. Done the wrong thing. Oh, sugar. No, it just equals 0. I'm in the wrong file. Yeah. Well. There's that. Alright, so that's the API done. So we now go to Windows input. Yeah. That's why I was getting confused. And we implement it. And that's an override. And this is where we put the implementation. And the implementation is basically going to be the same as get mouse position, I guess. So let's have a look at that. Control S. Ooh, mouse position. So we get the window. This is one of the things that I'd hate being in every single thing, but hey ho. It's going to be offset. It's offset. What do they call it? Alright, we'll take this out. I don't even know what they're going to call it. It doesn't work. Intellisense doesn't work unless you start it from the beginning. So it's get, scroll, there isn't one. Current, frame buffers, gamepads, input mode, joysticks, keys, monitor, monitors, mouse button, platform, primary monitors, time, version. windows, we've got attributes, content scale, frame scale, monitor, opacity, position size. Use pointer, scroll. Ever get scroll, callback. Je ne comprends pas. So it's just on as callback. What if I've got any notes on scroll? I don't think I have. Not going as expected. Let's see. What I'm looking for. Input. I don't think I need this. Yeah. Doesn't work that way. Might be tricky. It don't work that way. I'll have to find out how it does work. Oh, scrap the idea. Bad one. Sorry. Bad idea. It's not going to work like that. We do have the implementation though. I just delete it out of here. Yeah. That's Windows input. Gotcha. Let's just have a look at the Windows input.h. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages I've probably got on this. Windows inputs. Yeah, I've got 5 pages of notes. So that's fine. Don't want to do anything with you anymore. I'm not putting it in here. It's going to go somewhere else. I think it's just going to be on the window. For scrolling, because scrolling is on Windows scope, isn't it? You can scroll a window inside a window. Right, makes sense. So I'll have to look at it from that direction. Okay. But now we have a list of all the callbacks that we've got completed. But is that the same list that we have callbacks for? And that's the question. So we have window size. So that's window resize. So we've got this one. All right. Window close we've got. Key callback. That's everything in that list. Yeah, everything on that list has been done. I'm more interested in what we haven't got. So we have access to all of those. Char callback, that's key typed. Mouse button callback. This is looking quite good, actually. So I've got those two. Mouse moved. Cursor position callback. So when we're looking at our list, there might be a couple we're missing. And now you know why we needed this sorting out. Very hard to add a callback if you don't know which one you want to do. Window move, we've got that, haven't we? Maybe not. Focus we don't do. System startup we don't have. Windows close is done. So those two we're going to skip. Those aren't to do with the GLFW system, that's ours. This is ours. So there's no to-dos in that list, is there? Window moved. We don't have that, do we? He's got a big to-do on it. won't know about the scroll until we get a window up, a GUI. We'll find out at that point. If we do a GUI. Well, my game will. My game will want a GUI. So, window moved. What would I do on window moved? Alright. That's now got 3 question marks. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I would do if the window were to move. I wonder who reports minimize. Ah. That'd be size. That'd be on the window size, resize event. Minimize and full screen are window resize events, so we don't need it for that. No, can't think of anything. Okay. So I'm happy with what we've got. We've got good coverage. Focus and lost focus. Operating system. So we could leave that just to the operating system unless we need it. So that can be OS. And I'm going to leave that to the OS for now. That's why I've got 3 question marks on it, because it's probably going to get deleted. If I see that again and we haven't done anything with it, it gets deleted with all of those notes. So that everything in the event system we have something for, we have the code for. Otherwise, we're writing code for things we're not going to need. Okay. I thought I'd press that. Alright. So I'm happier now with Windows window GLF W. So how wide is that? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, let's give it a silly number then. I don't care. Let's give it 450. Yay! Go me. Not looking too bad. Alright, let's just reload my window for the Stream Manager. Awesome sauce. Am I happier with this file? Yes. Shutdown's okay. Initialize GLFW is okay. And then of course we've got all this lot, which are all just the callbacks. There we go. That makes things simpler, doesn't it? And now, if we read this file, we can understand it a bit better. And the header file now tells us what to expect, not what was hidden. Okay. All right, I'm happy with that file. We have a file. Just one that's actually been cleaned up a little. It's reporting itself as Windows window. Yeah, that's got to be fixed. Christ, that's dropped. That's gone from 200 megabytes down to 107. And all I've done is one file. God. Who says it matters? But now we have a specific window for GLFW, and that's exactly what it is. It doesn't pretend to be anything else. It doesn't pretend to be a window on the Windows system that can be used with anything. It's not pretending that now. It's actually saying what it is. That's awesome. And if we get a message, we know that it involves Windows. Well, we know that the message involves GLFW now, which is good. A GLFW file, which is nothing to do with our system. So that is now a fully interchangeable file. So it's up to you if you want to use it. Okay. That was Windows, GLFW clean. There you go, done for you. On to nice. Go grab it. Okay. Let's have a look at the next one. So this is GLFW as well. Unless we can get that include out of here, this is GLFW. These are just the implementations, aren't they? Yeah. So these should be okay. Oh, it's this thing that's bothering me. I remember. If you have a look at this, every single one of these has this window thing. So that's not good. It's just repetition of code. What am I doing? I'm in the wrong place. Private. Void. No, it's not. Be careful. Yeah. It's coming from the application. So it's actually that. This is looking better now. No, I don't like it though. Has to come after common. Right, that's better. So that looks better now. Yeah. So we want to pass back a GLFW window. Okay. And it's going to be get instance window. Function definition for get instance window not found. Expected a semicolon. Big pardon? Huh? Can we not just make one? Add a semicolon at the end of the previous token. Why? Create definition of Windows input CPP. Okay. What's wrong with Windows input? Expected a semicolon. I've messed up a semicolon somewhere. Where was it? That's an override, that's fine. Okay. I don't see it. Because all I want to do is that. I don't understand. Expected a semicolon. Oh. Me, being an idiot. Jesus. There we go. So now they're all using the same piece of code. And I can do that. So the window equals get instance window. Get the key and return the state. Yeah, okay. That looks okay. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Easier to read. Fantastic. A bit of spacing to help out readability, and we are done. That's that file modified. That's the only thing that was bothering me, is that that was a function. Anything that's being used multiple times is a function. That's why here we just use the get position implementation to do these two, because there's no point in rewriting the position implementation. Doesn't make sense. So we just grab our results and use them. Return position X, return position Y. Yes, there's an extra thing. I don't know if we can get rid of that. We might be able to remove that. Let's test. Okay, that works. I've just done all the implementations, haven't I? Let's switch on a test. That's a good idea. We have a test in Sandbox. Research or rendering? Research we're doing. So I'll put research up. We can use this for testing, for events, make sure everything's working nicely. There we go. There you go, there's all the events working. So we've got, obviously, mouse movement. Scroll wheel's working. So it is working, we don't need anything by the looks of that. So we can access, this is what we can access from the research layer at the moment, which means we can, but this is not inside of the game engine. Buttons work, 0, 1 and 2. Mouse movement works. Keys work. And the escape key is that. Key pressed event 256. Oh, Poppy, what's wrong with you? Yep, that's working fine. It's just I don't want that spamming all of the time. Alright. Actually, there's a better way of doing it. There we go, just take it off the list because that's all we're doing. So, will this pass? No. Because it's GLFW again. So these names need to change. So that is GLFW. So let's do the name changes. See what we break. Shouldn't break much. This should be independent, I hope. Right, shall we find out whether it's independent or not? Just wait for Intellisense to catch up. Get rid of the red squigglies, and I think we'll go. Yep, it's independent. Independent. file to use glfw input in any project. So that's independent for you. Now you can see why that was like that. It's totally independent. That just gets included in any header file, or actually no, any Cpp file that you want to do input from. Anywhere. It's totally independent. Good. Have I done this in rendering? No. That's right. The only class we have that's doing anything should be here. But that goes with the input API. And the input API is linked through that way, not the other way. You see, this doesn't include Windows input. Windows input includes this. Does that make sense? So all the dependencies are going in to the APIs. If it was the other way around, every time we changed that name, we would break the include. So you've got to have your dependencies going the right way. That's important, very important. If we find one of these files and it's not independent, then we're in trouble. Big trouble. So that's all worked nicely. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, if you copy Windows directory into any C++ project, you can write an API of your own choosing to use these, and you can extend your API as you see fit. Okay? Well, you might need the event system, because I bet this is fully GLFW, isn't it? No, it's not. But you would need your own event system. You could use this one. But this isn't independent. Is it? It is. No, it's not. It's in common. Yeah. So that is being spread around my system by common. So if I want to change it to a different event system, I just remove that file and replace it with a file of my choosing, and then put that file in here as an include. And that's how it works. That's how you get semi-independent. So what we could do to help ourselves out later on is just add one line. Event include is in common .h, so all other files can use this. Lovely. Alright, so we might come up with a completely different event system at some time. That's what I'm trying to say. Right, that's not in use. Not in use. Not in use. Not in use. To be done. That's to-dos. Got to decide whether I'm going to use them yet. Yeah. So all these can go now. Okay, I'm happy with that now. That's cleaner. I haven't thought about that yet. Common. I think we're finished on that one. Yep. Windows input for GLFW is now cleaned and independent. So you can use that as you wish. Dent. What, Poppy? Right, at this point it's a coffee break, as I think Poppy is trying to kill me. Why does it keep putting these things up at the top? I'm not interested. Right, that code is now up on GitHub. You can use those files as you wish. They have been cleaned and are now usable. You can modify them as to whatever you want. If you think you come up with some good ideas, obviously, well, we can talk about that for a bit. When I'm having my coffee break. Because I need coffee breaks, you know. I'm not a robot. Put a file up, any file. Common. There you go. So we'll have a coffee break in the middle of my defines. That's a good idea. Oh god, how do you spell it now? And at least we've got those notes cleaned out. Oh, about that. If your code tells you what it's doing, don't try and tell the reader, whoever's reading the file, what your code's doing. If your code is descriptive enough, you don't need them. You don't need comments everywhere. They just become distracting. To be quite honest with you, people want to look at your code, not at your comments. So, yeah, there's that. Is VA-args Windows specific? I think I'll leave you on that question whilst I go and make a cup of coffee. One sec, nearly ready to go and do the coffee. I think it is, you know. we're going to look it up whilst we have a coffee. We ought to turn on the light so I could see. So let's have a cup of coffee. Go surf the internet. Oof. Microsoft Docs. It means variable arguments, so don't. It's bloody obvious. Okay. Oof. So it's VARG. A function may be called with a varying number of arguments of varying types. Is that the one? I don't think so. That doesn't look like a hash defined to me. Okay. If you're inside the... This is what everybody tries first. The problems start if you want to use the macro without variable arguments. S ... So it's just 3 dots. So it's exactly the bloody same. Okay. So we're okay. I can leave that there. Lovely. That's okay. Anything else I want to look at? No, that's hidden behind Windows. That's fine. Is there a Windows.h on Linux? I think there is now. Interesting. So I don't know if that is platform specific or not. So platform specific, hey? What does that become? Yeah, very funny. Blah, 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 blah. You'll need to find the replacement headers and call from there. Thanks a goddamn bunch. That's a fantastic piece of information. That's why I'm looking for it. Where's your include? You can't, but that's not quite yet. Yeah. If you want to continue to use calls like no, then you're going to need a Linux implementation of Windows 32 Wine. So just don't use Windows 32 API. Like set console display. Well, we haven't done that. Good. I'm happy. Maybe I should just take Windows.h out. What's it doing? Let's have a look. Rebuild. It's doing quite a lot. Event class type. So it's doing that. It'll be. Is it the top? Yeah. So it's actually in the hash define. So it's this macro. So this can only be used on Windows. The macros are Windows OS specific and will require Linux / Mac defines to be written. That's a shame. I didn't know that. But there you go. Do now. Right, so it's the only one. Do I ignore that? I mean, I'd never said I'm going to be supporting Linux and Mac, but should I? Oh, damn. So it's these two defines that are messing everything up. So we'll protect you. That's basically what we've got. That's what we've got so far. So that's now corrected. This is how you correct things, by the way. You break them. And now I've broken everything. Why would this not be okay? Are you telling me I can't do it that way? Probably. Okay. Get rid of any changes I've made there. Nope. It affects event system defines. I'll just put that as the note. Oh, come on, stop messing me about now. Oh. I hate this kind of thing. So now Windows has decided to break the event system header file for no reason whatsoever, I guess. Unless it was these. Oops. Did I do system startup? Damn, I did. Oops. So it probably wasn't the defines after all. Retest. I'm totally wrong. It is. Fine. So we just have a definition of API entry going around the place. In GLAD. So GLAD's unhappy if you don't have windows.h in. Really? Why? And it's all spamming from 131. Well, we've got it in our system, so I've just stuffed GLAD in here. glad.h 32. $130. Oh, GLAD will detect what operating system you're on, won't it? And then do calls into your operating system. GLAD detects the OS. So this include required for Windows. There may be a macro to set. Shall we have a look? $130. It's in min-win-def.h. Windows kits. So it's definitely Windows.h that's doing it. And it's only a warning, it can still compile. I mean, does it work? Yeah, but that's a lot of warnings. There's no problems if I'm still getting my GL version and context. It's just a warning, but at the same time, is it a warning that we want? Not particularly. Let's have a look at Glad. It's API entry call, standard call. If defined underscore win32, which obviously is. So that drops out because it won't happen on Linux. So it is detecting Windows and doing that. Okay. So we should be all right. Okay. It's not required on Linux, basically, so that will work. As long as you don't put Windows in, you'll be fine. Just make sure you don't set that, and you will be fine. Under so this is now independent. Dependent and can be transferred to any project. Is this GLFW only? Nope. So, yeah, it's not GLFW. Good. So, there you go. You've got yourselves an event system that you can use in any project. And it'll work. The event dispatcher will work. Yeah. Just worried then. Standard string. Yeah, that's okay. That's allowed. Ooh. String stream. Yeah, that's allowed. Passed. It's no problem. So yeah, you can copy that file and use it in your own projects for an event system. How you use it is a bit like on event in here. So how you do it is you create yourself a dispatcher called dispatch or whatever you want to call it. Sorry, I've called it dispatcher. So you create a dispatcher and then you can bind that event function to anywhere you want, and you can dispatch any event you want to wherever you want. And that's how it works. So we are dispatching window close event to a function application on window close. So if we go down here, we'll find an on window close. It receives the event, and we've already checked the type, sorry, the classification, haven't we? Is that the classification or type? Window close event. So actually we have checked the event type. That one. So it's one of these functions. Any of these functions you can put in here, Windows close event. So you put in the class, alright, from the event system. So that goes in there. So that's the class. And you can use the macro bind event function to any of the functions you want. It will send that event through, it will dispatch that event type or class, classification, to here on Windows closed. It receives it in E. Jesus. And sets running to false. That will break us out of the program, because that's our while loop in on run here. And that will break us out of the while loop. That will end the application. So when the window closes, it doesn't matter how it closes, it comes through and changes that to false from anywhere in the operating system. So if any program for any reason closes our application, that will go false and the application will end. So the mouse can do it and we can do it. And the is key pressed functions are very, very easy to use. Make sure you probably don't really want to use them here because it works in the same way. I'm dispatching window close event to on window close for the escape key. Sorry, no I'm not. I'm dispatching close application. So if I detect that the escape key has been pressed, I'm running close application, which, believe it or not, M running equals false. Looks familiar. Just gets us out of the loop and the program closes. The reason I wanted to do that is to make sure that all the destructors run when we exit the application. So if we have any memory leaks, I can detect them. All of these bits and pieces, if you are going to put them into your own applications, please set up a test for them. I've only tested them in real time. I haven't written any tests for these. Warning, I don't have the tests yet. We should write the tests for all of these. Right, so we've done those 4. Let's get back to work. We've messed around and I've showed how files can be integrated and used. Lovely. So, next on our list of lovely little things, we've done that one, we've changed all of those files. Let's have a look at these two. So this is only a small file, should be easy to do. I can't have made much of a mess in here, could I? I don't know. Yes is the answer, I can. Going forwards, it'll help immensely if I clean this up now. Do we go forwards? Do we decide to continue this? I haven't had any requests for it. Nobody said they want me to go any further with it. I mean, I'm happy the way it is. Just cleaning it up. Once it's clean, it's up to you lot. Do you want me to put a rendering system in? Do you want me to put Dear I'm GUI in for debugging? A debugging layer? Things like that. Opengl works, obviously. I mean, I've already put that into the rendering, have I? Yeah, you see, it's already in the rendering. Opengl works perfectly. So we've got that. Do you want me to put an API in for Opengl in a renderer? Do you want me to build a renderer? It'll take a while. I mean, build a simple renderer first. You can use it if you want. Or what would you like? I find it strange that nobody's asked me or asked if I'm going to put a renderer on this and what it's going to be. Is it going to be 2D or 3D? Well, it would be 3D. I hate 2D with a passion. But I don't know why anything is 2D anymore. We've had 3D for over 30 years, and we're still on Windows. Flat Windows. We can't walk around our own machine and what's inside it. We still haven't got a 3D interface to the operating system. For God's sake. Why? Because they're all scared to try and do it. Well, I'm not. I don't have fear, so let's have a look at this. This looks okay. That's a bit of a giveaway. What's wrong with this file? That's wrong. And that's wrong. I think that gives the game away. So the first thing we're going to do is alter the names to these to GLFW, because that's obviously wrong. GLFW. That's correct now, because that determines it. We could try and take it out, but don't need to. I'm not intending to use anything else. GLFW. 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 Now what's wrong with that? Oh, right. That doesn't change. That does. GLFW. Might help us out a little bit. Thank you. Notice I don't change the name here. And that's because this can be turned into anything. To alter the file to accept something like SFML, all you have to do is put in the header file SFML, where GLFW is, and write SFML. Doesn't need to change here. It's still an OpenGL context, and it's still in a namespace, so we're safe. It's not going to pollute anything. There we go. I don't like this idea. That's okay. The constructor's okay. Actually, the constructor's pretty good. The initialize looks awful. And swap buffers is straightforward. So it's just initialize that looks like a mess. This code may or may not be compiled in a release version. Currently it is, but that might change in the future. The assert will, but the trace? Do we really want that information for the user, end user? Or should we give them an option for it? What I would be tempted to do is this. Private void. In fact, I think we will do this. So this would just be console messages. Status message to console. There we go. So if you open this header file, it's pretty damned obvious where you want to look for the messages that are coming out on your console. And if you want to stop them, you can. And it makes it easier to stop them if it's not polluting another function. So take them out of the function that they are polluting. And place them into a function where they can be eradicated easily. What is that? Int. That'll do. Nope, that looks okay. I've just got to remember to use it. So it's status, message to console. Status. That's a lot easier to understand, I think. Now that reads properly. So you make the current context, you load Opengl, and then you can send the status out to the console. Fine. So the function now does what it says it does. And that's important. I'm happy with that. Okay, what's going on there? That broke window. Okay. So that is not an independent file. Context. I should have just put that off. Okay. Fantastic. So we're now correct there. We're now correct there. And we are now correct there. Yeah, I like that. That's a lot better code, a bit cleaner. And that was Opengl context. Opengl context. GLFW cleaned. And that's an update to window, Windows, window, GLFW to, sorry, update to Windows, window, GLFW, comments, as it depends. on the above. Okay. Alrighty, there you go, there's the code. That's empty done. Oh, and if you're looking for the code, it's here at github.com, avenges with a Z at the end, amberskies.git. All you do is you go there, and if you change master to a research, you will get all of my updates. So if you look in Amber Skies, we're doing source platform at the moment. You'll see OpenGL context you'll have to be cleaned. So that's where I'm up to. That's all the source code. Or you can just copy whichever files you want. I'm going to be trying to leave as many notes as I can to help you out. Okay. Nothing in there. That's safe. Nothing in there. That's safe. No code in here. That's all safe. Looks okay. I'm only using common for includes, by the way, which are this. That's what I'm using common for. Mainly. And of course the event system and logging system and OpenGL, I like to have access wherever I can have it. But it's not really needed. I mean, you can transfer the OpenGL one into a platform, which I think we should do. I don't think that should be propagated through here, but it has to be. To a point at the moment. If you're going to develop, it has to be. If you're not going to, if you're using this in something else, then no, it doesn't have to be. Scan codes, mouse codes, common. Is key pressed? Is mouse button pressed? Get mouse X, get mouse Y. Game mouse, yeah, that's okay. And there's all the implementations. Looks okay initially. And that's just an API file. Totally independent. Independent file to be used with any project. So yeah, we've seen that a lot, aren't we? Requires the scan codes. That's it, really. That's all it requires, is some scan codes to work. It's an API file. inline static and all implementations will be virtual. Implementations virtual. That's which are virtual. So use this as a base class to be inherited. There you go, that's how you use it, roughly. Lovely. So basically you just inherit it. And it will hold the input instance so that it can be used independently in this fashion here. So how this API works goes something like you'd use it in something like an application. Well, not necessarily. I'm only using it in here to test it, and whilst I'm developing, the code I'm about to show you will be deleted. So you would use it like that on the application side. If you are on the research side, Amber Skies, you will use it through Amber Skies, through the input API here. So it's in your include. And basically you will use it in exactly the same way. Jesus. I'll show you. So, on update, that'll do. Input, so it's Amber. Input is key pressed, Amber key, let's do a W. That's going to probably be the first one that we want to do. You won't want to close the application. You increase player position. Forward. And that's the kind of thing that you're putting for the W key. Obviously, WASD is the normal way you'd move things around. So that's how you would use your code. And it's very easy, isn't it? Absolutely simple to use because we've designed an API that is very simple. If mouse moved. So we've got that, I hope. So you might do something like if Amber input, remember that's the input API, is mouse button pressed, Amber, Amber, is it just button? mouse. Yeah, mouse button 0. We haven't got mouse button 0. And it's all in lowercase. Our mouse is goofed. There you go, that's what happens when we check things. We have got mouse 0. Oh, but what it is? Oh. Interesting. Alt-Shift-Click. That's better. So it's mouse button 1. Mouse underscore button. And of course, Intellisense decides to cut out because it's Intellisense. Make sure I do it correctly for you. Mouse button 1. Implement player head turns. Or turn player. On mouse move / drag. That kind of thing. So it's not very difficult to use. That's what I'm trying to say. The API, it's a pretty easy way of doing things, but we have to be careful if we do a renderer, because turning in 3D is fun. I love that bit because we have to go into 4D space, and I like thinking within 4D. I mean, I don't mind writing code which is 1D, one-dimensional. Certainly not 2. Yeah, so I'll leave that in research for you. It's just example stuff. But that will detect the keys, and we can show that. You can test it, obviously. So how would you test it? Well, we have a developer logging system. So the developer, who is on the development side of a game or whatever, can use our logging system. It's been designed that way so that they can. I didn't develop Amber Assert that way. Maybe we should. I think we should. Proc dev. Info. I have a specific way of doing it. I'm in research. Research. The W key has been pressed. The left mouse button has been pressed. So you can do your development info to make sure that things are working the way you think they're working. And if you run that, get a window in the way. Click in that window, expand it up so you can see what's going on. We have to be in here, there you go. Mouse button has been pressed, but look how fast it is compared to on event. This is once per frame. W key. It's immediate, there's no pause. There's nothing on ASD. So you're going to get 3 keys being pressed at a time, like that. So we need some kind of timer to detect how much time has passed between each key press. So we're going to need a delta time system. Now I did mention time a couple of episodes ago and we never really went into it. So here you would need a delta time. To give movement per frame. Go. So delta time is something that we could do. We could, in fact, put that in for the user, who's going to be me at the moment. So we can add that. I'm happy the way the mouse button's working now, anyway. Yeah. So that's how we do that. This is basically how we use our system. So I think we're done with that one. So that was input API cleaned. In research. All right. mouse scan codes corrected. And that's that code done. I just want this to be usable. So that's input done. Done that one. Windows.h. Alright, we'll just move these around. That's okay. No, that's readable. So what do we call properties in here? We don't use it. Oh, we called it properties. Okay, that's fair enough. Do you want to come here, Poppy? Come on. Yeah. You want a cuddle? Oh, bless you. Is it because I'm actually broadcasting it in the evening instead of during the daytime? Yeah? Alright. Okay. I think that's pretty clean. I mean, does that help? Keeps it as a block. Should be easy to read and understand, and that's the whole point of this. Virtual void. Yeah. Can be used by any OS. To use, inherit, is it any at the end? This class to your platform window class. There you go, that's how you use that. And it's independent, isn't it? Yeah, literally there's nothing here. Independent can be used as an API in any project. So again, another independent file for you to use. That's good. Updated. Yeah. I think that one's going to be okay. So that's a window. created, cleaned. That'll do. Complete. There you go. Files up on GitHub. Main entry point. Can we start closing these again? Main entry point creates the application. Include this file above the create application within the user's main project. And we need an example. By placing this at bottom of file. No. By placing this as last function in file. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll do. Needs a bit more than that. Okay. That's now in the wrong place. there's a good example. Nearly. Let's sort this out. Huh? There you go. That's a working example. Lovely. Well, that'll do. Is that readable? Yeah. Excellent. Comments. Update to show EG in main entry point. I hope it's enough of an example for usage, because that's the critical link between the game engine and whatever application you decide to make. Yeah, we'll go with that. Lovely. Done. So, what do we got here? I need a drink. Just bear with me 1 second. I'll just go and grab one. That's better. So I do have to do some more to this engine to make it work, but hey ho, Delta Time would be a brilliant addition, I think. Shouldn't be too bogged down in anything. Right, what do we got here? Log.h. Code is independent. No, it's not. spd log from GitHub. Use. It's going to be Git. Submodule. Add. I've already got it. So dot. Okay. Readability. It's fine. Oh. Ouch. Big ouch. We've got two things going on here. Two separate things. Use for developing this game engine. And use for... No, this isn't. This is for user developing their own application. Should I split them into two different functions? I think so. So it'd be initialize amber logger, and here we could initialize, and that would be the other one, dev logger. I think both of those functions would mean that you can separately develop those as you wish in future. So private void thank you. Why is that still doing that? Initialize amber logger. Alright. whatever. I don't know. Okay. I think that looks okay. Why is that not working? Weird. Have I done something wrong? There we go. What have I done wrong? It's obviously something. That looks good. Right, what's the difference between these two files, two functions? It's the variable. Yeah, it's the variable. Let's look at that next. Got two functions that are exactly the same. And it doesn't like initialize amber logger, initialize dev logger. Those are private. It says that they're okay. Yet they're not. A non-static member reference must be relative to a specific object. Non-static. Ah. Yeah. Okay. I did get it wrong. My bad. There you go. Cool. Awesome. Which means I can't pass in a variable. Is that correct? What I'm thinking of doing it might work. Is saying something like static void initialize and then just logger, open brackets, and then it's that thing. reference logger. That's what I'm thinking of doing. Like that. Which would give us code that looks like that. What does this give? Shared pointer. Yeah, that's fine. How would that be? Would that mean that I can now do... Oh, for God's sake. Is that a possibility? This is what happens when you start refactoring. Does that work? Well, Poppy's looking at me in a very, very drastic way. Come on then. Yeah, come on. Ooh. Move message. Ah. Can't because it's static. Okay. Fine. Take the reference off. What's wrong here? Oh. I could make it static inline now. Dee-bee-dee-bee-dee-bee-da-ba-bum. Why is it recompiling all of that lot? No, it can't move it. Okay. That's fine. Just wanted to know. That's not a thing we can use. That I know of. Oh, I didn't. I'm an idiot. Oh no, we didn't use the other two. Good. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. Don't pass the arguments through or you get screwed over. Oh, you don't exist. Lovely. Oh, Poppy, that's very nice of you. She snuggled around and put her head on my arm. Works perfectly. And of course we've got tests, so there you go. Nice. I think that'll do. I think that's the best I can do with it at this point in time. Obviously, it's not the best it can be. That's return. No, that's okay. That's okay as it is, but really those two should be joined together as one file, function. Really. Unless there are differences later on between the two. Like we could have different colours for one, or a different output for one or two, the other. That could happen. So it's easier to do that now. Alright. What changes have we done? Log. What's this? Successfully synchronized incoming and outgoing commits. Why are these messages coming up? Okay. So for this we log file clean, but maybe able to refactor initializers. Yeah, that'll do. Gets in the way a bit, that. Where is it? Ah, Git. Here we go. Oh, I haven't actually looked at GitHub. Settings. Close open not under Git when opening repository, yeah. Default locations, which are fantastically done. Well done there. Prune remote branch during fetch. Rebase. Okay. Yeah. Close open solution, yeah. Enable download of author images from third-party source. No, thank you. Commit changes after merge by default. Enable push, force with lease. Open folder, automatically load the solution when opening a Git repository. Huh? Why did that do that? Okay. Prune rebase, diff tool, merge tool. Source control, nothing else. So that's it. I don't use Git enough, do I? So once we're at log, let's just check, see if anybody's actually interested in this project or not. I doubt they are, somehow. So, no issues. There's nobody entering anything that might want to be added to the project. Ooh, this looks fun. Oh, I can configure that. Oh, we're gonna have to look at these, aren't we? Projects. Add a project. We could do that. Security. I don't want any. I want anybody to be able to access this and freely do what they want with it. Oh, yeah, we could look at that. Insights, dependency graph. Because we do have dependencies. Interesting. Then it says settings there, and it says network here. Forks. No one has forked this repository. Oh well. See, told you, no interest. On watch. I'm just watching it, aren't I? Yes. So it gives me notifications of what I'm doing. Amber Sky's private. Can you lot not get hold of this? Download template, features, wikis. Upgrade or make this repository public to enable wikis. All right then. Upgrade. Whoa. No. Is this then not set to... I set this project to be public. No sponsorships. Huh. Right, new repository where your community already lives. Alright, we might want to do that. Archives. Sorry about that. I'm sorry, Poppy, but you're in the way. Avengers, I don't have that many fingers to play with. I need as many as I can get hold of. I understand. Who changed that? No, that's not right. Probably. Alright. Put some back at the top of the settings. My apologies. Currently public. Where did it say I could have a wiki? Look, we've got a wiki now. Yay! Discussions. Set up discussions. Nice. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh, I got confetti. Got it. Thank you. There you go, we got a discussions page now. That's awesome. We've got a wiki now. Yeah, we have. Wow. So that's activated everything. That helps. I never even thought about looking at that. Sorry. Okay. Right, there you go. I'm glad we looked at that now. You can now use discussions, pull requests, issues. If you want to help me out, help me out. If anybody's interested, then I'll probably develop it. If not, I'll just develop it for this game. Not really bothered which. Layer stack. How are we doing? Ooh. Alright, I've got green squigglies. Why? According to me, it's here. Push layer. What's wrong with it? Layer, start, layer. So if I do that, what do we get? We just get push layer layer. Right, so there's an Intellisense problem here. %. That's an Intellisense error. Right, so these are Intellisense errors. How do you fix them? Here we go. I can't see all of this. That's great. Okay, so it's using the wrong one. Ah. I don't understand. Alright, no, it's still going on these ones as well. Okay. What? Function definition for pot layer. Alright. Still got function definitions yet. So let's go and have a look at those now. Trying to fix Intellisense. Since when did I start caring about this? Right, that's okay. Layer, layer. So push layer. Should be that. Looks good. Why can't you find it? It might be something to do with the word that we're using. But that's got nothing to do with this, it's that. Where is it? Oh, it's here. It's done that. Why? Why is it knocked off the star? What's going on? Why is that different from that? Okay. Alright, so signatures are wrong. No, the signature's correct. There you go. Don't know. It's picked up now on push overlay. Okay. Change the signatures. This is stupid, and I hate it. Any better? Well, I'm sorry. I have no idea why it's doing that. So, it can stuff it. I'm having it done my way. And there's a little thing there, just there. And I don't know what it is. There's something there. I spotted it that time. No. Right, I'm not touching this file. Intellisense is buggered. The only thing I can do is probably replace it with the one that's on GitHub. But that might have the Intellisense error marking in there. It's just marked it as a thing it can't find. So what's the modification here? There's no modification. Why is that a modification? Oh, right. Get off me. Right, there's no modifications. What's wrong? Yes, there is a lot wrong with this, isn't there? You know what it is, don't you? It hasn't done that for some reason. Oh no, it's not supposed to. We're in the header file. These are all correct. And there's no errors. If anybody can work that one out, let me know. So that was... not layer. Here we go. Anything outstandingly stupid in here? That being there is. Everything else looks okay. Why do we have them? For a string name. Yep. That is not required. That works just as well. Or better. There we go. That's that one done. Not really much there to do. So that was layer clean. Clean up. Okay. Done. I like those easy ones. Can't do, not mine. Event system, oh god. Here we go. It's a header file only. Okay. We've already decided that this event system is independent, and we can see that from the top. What else can we do? I mean, we could give an example on the event system, because I don't think it's straightforward to use. So have we got a straightforward example. I think we have. We might even get Delta time included today. Wow, what time we're on? Oh, well. It's an illusion. What time did I get up? All right. Should be wrapping this up to a close, really, but I don't care. We can put an example in here. Let's just go through the file first. Oh. I think I might need some petrol. Oh. I'm just looking at those hash defines and they look awful. Would that work? I think that's the answer. Doesn't seem to break anything, but that's in the it's in the event system, so I've just used it. Gets it back on the screen. Yeah, I'm happier with that. Friend class and it's public. What does the event class need from us? String. Yeah, it needs that. Alright, yeah, that's right. It's for that string. Alright, so we have left notes. Looks straightforward to me. Careful. There's no semicolon. Okay, we'll leave those. It goes a different colour. Anybody know why? Not chancing that one. At least make it look like a function. Put these into the right place. Not hard to do, just make it all in, well, going downwards, not across. People read downwards, not across. It's as simple as that. Might sound silly, but it's true. Key events, here we go. Lots of stuff all over the place. Did I type this in? I don't think I did. I think it was a copy paste. Oh dear. I want to see things where I expect to see them. Nothing personal. Was that not? Yeah, it's done. If you look at the code, you can see exactly where things are supposed to be. Okay. I really want to split this line down. Okay, well, let's try it. Get mouse button. We've got a test on that, haven't we? Okay. Did we knock the test off? I hope not. No, that's definitely working, that. Yeah, it's working. Okay. So we can split these. Ooh. Do that in a minute. It's just my preferred way of doing things. You don't have to do this. No. Don't do that one. Keep it. You have to keep those parts on one line. Otherwise it stops making sense very quickly. I think we're going to be alright with this. Yikes. Okay, starting to look good. I think we aren't nearly cleaned up. Blah de blah de blah. Ooh, got a grotty one here. There we go. You're probably wondering why I'm doing this. It's to make everything so much easier when I try and do this delta time. That's one of the things. Because at the moment, it's close, but it's not really the best. So that's event system done. As far as I'm going to do it today. Ah, no, it isn't. Come back. Yeah, we're okay with those. That's the one. That's the one I missed. Got them. Right, done it. Awesome. Alright. Event system. Clean up. There we go. Dooby-dooby-dum-dum. Just cleaning the code so that you guys can get it off GitHub in a clean state. That would be nice, wouldn't it? This looks to have been done properly. Except here. Yep, that's been done properly. Oh god, this is application. My god, the last one. Instance. Don't like it like that. Looks good. That's right. Okay. On event, yeah. I don't know, I think I prefer it like that. Probably. Again, just pull it down. Good. 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 Not so clever. Did it on that one? Ah, I've got a layer. We're done. Wow. Not really much, actually. Yeah, we'll go through these for just in case I'm overdoing things. This is example stuff. Bit of a mess. That's a little bit over setting up, isn't it? Why is that here? I even left a space. Interesting. Very interesting. Does that need splitting down into a window call? No. You see, I'm just wondering, should that be up here? It's where I usually put it. But looking at the complexity of the line, I think I prefer it where it is. Being a standard unique pointer, which I struggle to get working because of Intellisense telling me it was an error. No, we'll go with that. Alright, so the code is clean-ish. as far as I can do it. So hopefully you can use it. So if you do want to use it, it is definitely public. I've just checked. It's on Avengers Amber Skies. Here. Avengers Amber Skies. You just come into here, change it from the master to the research. I've just researched it now. This can probably be pulled down to the master because it's finished. But do people want me to do more? I mean, I've got delta time that I can place in. I'm quite happy to do that, as that would make it so much easier to program on the user's side, not the... Delta time isn't going to play much of an activity within within Amber Skies, but within the Sandbox test app and research app, yeah, well, that's a different story, isn't it? I mean, at the moment, I haven't even drawn a triangle or a square on the screen. I mean, OpenGL's up and running, but I haven't done anything with it. The other thing is, currently, OpenGL here is being propagated to the user, and yet it's not even part of the engine. And we're doing that through Amber Skies, the header file. Here. And I would prefer to take that line out and give the user an API. Replace that with an OpenGL API, which they can use. Now, to do that means I would have to write a renderer. I mean, I have already put the context in for OpenGL, so the user doesn't have to do that. I mean, I don't know if we've got direct mode. I doubt it. Have we set our OpenGL? Probably not. No, we haven't. Which is probably bad. We might have to set our OpenGL level. At the moment it's just coming up with whatever the machine's got, currently 4.6, but I prefer to put a limiter on that. Probably around about 4.1, because probably not everybody's up to 4.6. What I don't want to happen is start writing my game and people can't follow along because they haven't got OpenGL. I mean, do we have things like GL begin? No, we don't. It was taken out in 3.3, wasn't it? Or I spelt it wrong. GL begin. No, we've got begin query. So to draw a triangle, I'd have to do the full thing. Okay. So we're in OpenGL 4.6 at the moment. Doesn't really matter. My thoughts on this are twofold. I can continue developing the engine, or I could just write again. What are you meowing at me for, Poppy? Meow. Do you want to come here? Time. It's going to be part of... I am going to do delta time. Definitely. 100%. Because that does depend on the engine. And what speed the engine is ticking over at. It should be 60 frames a second, which is fine. But we will need it. Yeah, I can put it in here. Do I put it in core? Do I put it in input renderer or give it its own little area? A utility even. Choices. I'll think about that tonight. I'll put delta in. I'm going to put delta time in tomorrow, definitely, 100%. No problem with that. Anything else I need to do? So what we do have is a full system of creating a window, a layers stack, and an event stack. So on here, sandbox, not the test thing. Basically all you do is you make a sandbox app, or you make your application, you call it whatever the hell you like, you class it, make it into a class, you inherit the application, you can use any overrides or whatever the application can use, not just those two, you can do whatever you want with this. And I've just pushed 2 layers on, one for research, one for rendering, and basically I can do whatever I want. So in research, I've got constructor, destructor, on attach, on detach, if you want anything special to happen. When have I actually done the functionality for that? No. According to that. On attach comes when you create it, or push it. So it's the layer stack that does it. That's interesting. Haven't done it. Yeah, wrong one. I should be unattached then. Why did nobody tell me? An overlay. That should run layer. No, should run overlay. Unattach. You shouldn't have to run it yourself. Pop layer. Again. Yeah. Layer. It should be doing on detach. Should be running it. And on pop overlay the same thing. It's overlay. Should be doing that. So those are working now. Yeah, on attach and on detaches are working, they're automatic. Layers will now automatically. Oh, Poppy, you are a nuisance at times, but you're such a love. Come here then. Come on. There you go. Come on. Yeah, it's alright. You go and hug me there. I don't mind. Overlay on detach, detach, yeah. Automatically runs on attach and on Poppy, you on the keyboard again, love. Sorry. Can you get off the keyboard? Thank you. You're about to find and replace all my files. Very kind of you. Oh, you switched that on. Oh, great. How do you switch it off? On attach. You're a very clever cat. You know how to operate my computer better than I do. On detach. On detach functionality. Functionality. Big words for a little person. There we go. That's been updated. Ooh. Metrics. Overlay. Switch off, thank you. I know you're trying to help. It's alright. Put the live stream back up. Alright, that's okay. I think we should be alright now. So yeah, that's easy enough. That's done. Quick fix. Glad I looked at it now. So those two run now automatically. Yeah, I was looking at research, wasn't I? So your on attach and on detach will do those functions for you when this is made. On update, it's basically like your constructor initialize and your detach initialize, because this will always be empty, because that's coming from your main program or your main application. There's usually not anything in here. Because this is completely independent from the other layers. Unless you want them to have a dependency, that's your choice, but I've created them so they're independent. So this is just me researching the key pressing, button pressing obviously, and running like traces to make sure that events were working. But otherwise, it's usable. To be quite honest with you. I mean, if I was going to do an API similar to, well, for a renderer, we wouldn't have any Opengl commands. So for example, looking rendering. For example, we could replace that with clear. Color. It's the R that's wrong. That would become yeah, we'll do it in set color. Background. You'd have something like that. Functionality. RGBA. So this would be background. What did I just do? How do you do that? Good grief. I thought that all that stuff was on like function keys. Microsoft, what are you doing to us? Shift B, not Control B. So you'd have something like background color. Set. And that would of course be RGB. Okay. Something like that. So those two commands would become that. No, it wouldn't be. Because that's the clear command, isn't it? It's not a setter. And that's not an RGBA, that's an enum. That's a bit awkward. Don't need the enum. Can do that. And we could call it something more like probably clear buffers. because that's what it does. Because there should be an OR here, which I haven't put in, and that is GL. It'll be depth buffer. There it is. So that needs to be done. Which means at the top here somewhere, we would have to GL enable, and it would be, is it just GL depth test maybe? Yeah. So we'd have to have that in. That's now correct. So already you can see by using this slightly differently, I mean that would be automatically done for you. All you would need to do really is set your background clear color and clear your buffers before you render. So you'd have clear buffers. Render begin. I'm just making this up, don't worry. Render end. Render begin needs to take in your camera, whatever that is. And all we do in between is submit. What will we submit? VAO and shader. What do? What are we going to call the VAO? There's the only two things you need after you've got a camera. So to get a shade, to get a VAO, you would have send VAO to GFX card. Something like that. Doesn't sound right. I'll put something in here that's better than that. Something that's more clear. Create. Yeah. And in there you would just place your data, maybe. So what data would you place in there? Vertex? Doesn't sound good, this. Index. I've got that word data there, so it's definitely wrong. Color. Maybe something else. What else could you have? So So we've got vertex, index, color, what else? Texture. That's a good one to use. Texture data. UV. Might help if you give us a texture name. Texture file name. Something like that. Maybe. It's just some horrible guesswork. I mean, OpenGL's that easy to use that you can probably do something like this. I mean, this is just random thoughts at this point in time. So you create a VAO. You probably create your shader first. Yes, you would. You would have something like create shader. File name or data, so vertex. Right, what shader split into? Just from memory, which I don't have. It's 2 items. They go into the shader layouts. So this is the kind of thing that I'm looking at, even if I can't remember what half the things are at this point in time. So you create your shader, you create your VAO. You would have to retain your VAO identity. Or would you? Yes, because you need to submit it. On what I'm looking at. Is there a better way of doing this? It doesn't look easy. What I'm looking for is something that you lot can easily use instead of having to worry about OpenGL and how OpenGL works. Because order matters with OpenGL. It's a state system, so it's just a box full of switches. And there's quite a lot of switches. Correction, there's a bloody lot of switches. I think there's nearly 100 of them. That you just switch, and it will do with whatever the data is defined. Whatever you tell OpenGL the data is, it will then do those operations on it using usually a shader, which is basically a graphics card program. It's got nothing to do with light. It's just a graphics card program. Usually written in GLSL. We haven't got a GLSL area. Not yet. And all of that functionality would be in an API, an Opengl API, and then we would need an Opengl command system, which would probably or more definitely be in there, be with these. So all the Opengl commands would not be inside of the main game engine. They could be taken out, or something else could be plugged in. So again, we're using an API to separate the game engine from the implementation of Opengl. Keep it away from your core, otherwise you're in trouble. I mean, I want to look at Vulkan, so I want a folder called Vulkan here with Vulkan commands, and then I have an API for Vulkan. So that's the kind of thing I'm looking at. You don't need to take the Opengl away. You don't need to take the API away. You can just add to the API file. Pretty simple, really. I mean, that there is pretty simple. That would be Opengl initialize. And there'd be quite a lot in there, most likely, just to initialize the Opengl side of things. And then you could have an open Vulkan. No, you wouldn't. You just have a Vulkan initialize, wouldn't you? If you wanted to use Vulkan. Or whatever renderers you want to put into the system. It's plug and play, basically. Oh god, that was clever of me. What the hell happened there? Hello? That's better. So you can add different platforms for your Opengl. This Opengl platform here, you can have platform Vulkan. I don't know if it needs a context. But all the Windows, all the Opengl stuff is coming through GLAD. So I haven't even written an Opengl command system. So anything that's behind these dotted lines, you can just replace it with whatever you like, including like the Windows input. If you're on Linux, have Linux input. I mean, it sounds obvious, but it's true. That's actually a Windows window that we've got currently. And we are using GLAD. Which I have placed inside the main, haven't I? So that's wrong. That has to be fixed. Currently, I have in core Opengl. I've got 3. Why won't it just do it? So those are pure OpenGL. So they should be in here. Basically. So they went in Windows. No. Alright. Glad. Glad H. And you are OpenGL mateys. No longer shall amber skies be glad. Is that the only OpenGL I've got? Soon find out. Nope. Common is the other one. Which means that it really shouldn't be part of Common. But it has to be at the moment because we don't have a renderer. No? You can't find it there? Okay. Done. Glad move to open. Yeah. I should have made sure it works first. That's stupid of me. What is this doing? So it's in there as well. Doesn't, it shouldn't, well, this one is, that's right, but it's the other one that you would change to some kind of OpenGL API. Right, that should win. That should win. And the purple means OpenGL is working. If it was black, it would mean that OpenGL wasn't working. So, I know it's working. Okay. Just make sure. Yeah, that's in Git for you. There's your files. But I need to sit down and work out what that API is going to be if I'm going to do it. Would you like me to? I mean, I'm very happy to do a full render. Well, start with a basic renderer, get that working, and then look at a batch renderer and get that working. It's not really difficult to do. But you've just got to be careful where you put things, because you can get into a lot of trouble if you start leaving like OpenGL in the middle of your core, for instance. Because then you have to root through your core to find out what renderer is using what. That's not a good idea. And I wasn't writing it in this file. Great. No, I've been writing in the rendering file, of course. Some ideas there. But that's for if you want an OpenGL rendering API. Very easy to write, but got to be careful with it because OpenGL can be tricky, which is, I'm not sure whether it's a good idea to put it into the engine or not. But I have put the context into the window, the OpenGL context, I put that in there. As we did open an OpenGL window. GLFW will do Vulkan. You just have to open the window slightly differently. So that will be okay. Otherwise I can use this as is. Because if I have a renderer, then I could also put in a model loader. That would be good. A 3D model loader. I've got one of those ready. From a previous series in the game development. I can put the game development one in. That was alright. Don't know about the renderer. That wasn't so hot. But yeah, that can be done. All I need to do is know what people think. Past episodes, by the way, are on YouTube at Fraser Sharp if you want to have a look at how I came about making this thing. And I am more than happy to continue making this thing or going on to make a game. So I'm going to put delta time in. What happened to my lovely thingy? Huh? That suddenly disappeared. So yeah, definitely doing delta time, 100%. That's going in tomorrow. And then I guess by the end of tomorrow we decide if I'm doing a renderer or not. It's primed and set up for one. Oh, that's the other thing I'm definitely going to do, is a dear I'm GUI, and this will be a debug layer, and that will be set up by the engine. And any tools that the debug layer needs will be developed within inside the engine. Wow, don't do that. So I'll do that, definitely 100%. And that'll give us time to see if you want me to do a render. I think that'll be, what, a day's work, maybe 2, depending on how I feel, how we do. So let me know. Let me know. This is going over onto, I think the link to Fraser Sharp is below this video. And over here we do have the playlist, so the event system, the window, all things layers, that's already done and up there. Tomorrow, well, I'm going to actually put this video up as well, because this is just like planning and cleaning. So I'll put this one up as well. I think that might be a good idea. Is this part 5 really? Yes it is. Cleaning, that's today's video. There we go. Let's have a look at the contents. Yeah, it is part 5. Is that? There is a massive 1, 2, 3. Aha, 4. That one's today's. So today's is up now. Dink. Refresh. So yeah, we have a bit of research from yesterday into the input. We did all of that yesterday, and today we did cleaning, basically cleaning and planning. So tomorrow I'm doing delta time first, and then I'll start into Dear I'm GUI, which if you're interested in what the heck it is, it's probably on GitHub. Dear I'm GUI. So it is. There you go. So it's this thing. Again, it can do Vulkan. So that's going to help me out later on when I want to find out how to do Vulkan. And basically you just add this. Usage, yeah. And you get all of this lovely like windowing thing. As you can see, plenty of examples there. Pretty example there. So these are the kind of things you can do with I'm GUI. Perfect for a debug window, or it may even become a UI window for the game. I don't know yet. We haven't got that far. I only concern myself with what we've got at the moment and the system and the architecture of the development. I spend half my time on architecture because it's very important. If you don't get your architecture right, you're dead in the water. You really are. You will never be able to change anything without everything else breaking, basically. You'll be in a lot of trouble. So it's that one there. Copy. That's all I need. No, I won't do it yet. But what I will do is just add it here. So this is dear I'm GUI. So that's the to-do, isn't it? There we go. So all I need is that, because I'm just going to add it as a submodule. And I will put it in dependencies I'm GUI. The good thing is, if you download the whole of the engine, from the research branch, for instance, if you look in dependencies in Amberskies, you'll see that it has a link to the speed logging site, so it will download the up-to-date speed log for you automatically. It's a logging added macros. So if you can actually click on it and go there and have a look for yourself on speed log and how it's used, if you wish. So it links straight through. But if you download the entirety of the code, it'll download this as well for you and put it inside of here, the dependencies folder. So you get all of that. You don't need to build it. GFW will come with a GLFW build, I hope. It might not. I'm hoping it does. It's not saying it here, but it could be part of that solution. Google test, what we're going to do with that, I might have to start using it. Test-driven development is safer and cleaner and gives you better code. Trust me, it really does give you better code. And for development of anything bigger than what we've got here, I think it's probably the way forward, as if I don't use it, I'm going to be spending a lot of time cleaning this code. And I don't want to be doing that every couple of days, because I've had to now. Just because I want to add a couple of pieces. So that's basically the ideas. I'm going to take it out of here. Doesn't really belong in here. Neither does that. This should be empty. There shouldn't be anything within the rendering layer at the moment, because I haven't even started the game. Empty. So we can clean that up. That all comes under research. There we go. So input tests. Actually, why am I doing it that way? Input tests. So you've got that. You've got ideas for an open. Oh, what do you put it in answer? Ideas for an Opengl rendering API. If people want to. That's just an example. Right, that's clean. So these are just ideas that I'm throwing around at the moment. It is now automatic. On push layer, isn't it? Is now automatically run on whatever the other part was. Pot layer. And if anybody can solve or tell me what the heck's wrong with me Intellisense, that'd be very nice. To be able to get rid of these Intellisense errors. I don't like them. I don't know what it's doing, but it's completely wrong. Actually, it's a lot that's completely wrong with this version of Microsoft so far. So, yeah. Runs at shutdown. And runs when constructed. Right. I'm going to go get some food. I think I deserve it. I've done enough. sorted some ideas for research. I haven't finished with that though yet, have I? So delta time and I'm GUI. So delta time. I know what that means. And dear, I'm GUI. And that will be a debug layer that is given to you. And on release, that debug layer will be removed. I haven't decided which version of Dear I'm GUI to use yet. Actually, it doesn't matter. I can use either. Alright. That'll do for the day. We're done. That's your final code for today. I'm happy with it. I'm a lot happier with it than when I blooming opened this thing this morning and went, oh my god, what have I done? There's no WTFs in there now from me. Does this work? I haven't a clue. So we'll go with that. Take care. Code away. And have fun with your coding, because that's what it's about. Catch you all tomorrow.